Okay, so are we good to start with?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. And then, right, so welcome to the day three Power BI session. And so before we get into the session, do you guys have any questions, anything that you have practiced or anything you have gone through and you have faced any issues and you have got any questions, anything?
Shrikant, one
Yes.
small query.
Mm-hmm.
While practicing this day too, we convert this, this US converter into a decimal, right?
Right.
That column. So can we change the decimals like it's 1.2 to 1.20? How can we do that? Because I'm unable to do that.
Um, if I understand your question, are you asking that can we use some fixed decimal? Is this what you are asking?
Absolutely. So after decimal is 1.2 is a value, then how can I convert this to 1.20 or 1.21? This how can a next digit? How can we do like in Excel? We do.
Right. So I mean, when you have selected it, so there is an option for you, like on the data type itself, you have
Okay.
got two options. One, um, you have got 1.2 as a decimal number. There is another option called the fixed decimal, just below that.
Okay.
Um, can you check that once, please?
Yeah. I'm not opening this file. Just a minute.
Okay. Okay, let me share my screen.
Sir, meanwhile, actually, day two file I have opened
Mm-hmm.
and it's prompting apply changes, discard changes.
Apply changes.
So I should use that apply changes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All those that bubbles are going, some processing is happening, loading,
It will
waiting.
load. Yeah. Okay. Do you see this
Yes,
option
the
here?
yes, the dollar sign.
Yeah. So when I click on that, you have the fixed decimal number.
Yes.
So the moment once you change this to the fixed decimal number, you should see the fixed decimal number here.
And like Excel, we don't have this cell reference. Like means a column is A12 or a B22. Like we don't have any cell reference for this, no?
No, we don't have a cell references here because these are tables. These are not cell. These are not spreadsheets. These are tables. So your spreadsheet is converted into a table, and then the tables are loaded to the Power BI platform.
Right.
Sir, now can I save it as day three or I will, in the end, we will save it as day three, sir?
No, no, save it as a day three.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir.
Okay. So first save it as a day three, everyone, and then just watch my screen for a minute, and then let's start from the same. Okay. So I'm closing the file for a minute. Okay, so this is my day 3 file. So I mean, you don't need to actually open the file and then save it as. You can even copy that and then like how you copy an Excel file and then rename the Excel file, you can also do the same thing. So there's no doubt about it. Okay, but then so just watch my screen for a minute. Okay, so this is my day 3 file. So what am I doing right now? I'm making a copy of it and then paste it here. So I'm making a copy of day 3 file. So this is specific to um, the cardinality. Okay, this is specific to cardinality or relationship. Okay, so don't do anything on your laptops or don't do anything. So just watch my screen. Once we finish this topic, then we'll again get back to the files and then start working. Because I wanted to give a little bit of demo on why on the cardinality topic that we have discussed the last week. Okay, so I'm opening the file here right now. All right, so this is my file here. Okay, uh, I hope you remember the cardinality or the relationships that we have spoken the other day in terms of like one-to-one relationship, one to many, many to one, and one to many, many to many. Okay, so just watch my screen for a minute. Okay, so this is my Power BI desktop application. So far what we have done in the earlier past 2 weeks, we were working only on the Power Query editor screen. So to go to the Power Query editor screen, if you remember that I have spoken that you need to always click on the transform data. So once you click on the transform data, this will take me to the Power Query editor screen. And once I'm there on the Power Query editor screen, then after doing certain steps there, now what is that we have done? We have created one append file and everything, right? So I'm going to the transform data one more time. I'm going to the transform data, and on the transform data, what am I doing is I'm going to the append one file. So for a minute, what am I doing is I am going to remove this append one. Okay, I'm going to remove the append one table completely, which means there is no output we created. We only have the input files, which is from the different continents. And otherwise around, we also have different inputs like country master, USD converter, and then the KPIs. So these are all the data we have. So just in order to avoid this message, I mean, this is not nothing to do anything, but just what I have done is I just clicked on the refresh all so that everything is again just refreshed. Okay. So for a while, keep your minds fresh. Think about that we don't have any output files. We only have loaded all the input files which are coming from our folder in terms of the continents and then other supporting files for this continent. Now let me load this directly onto the Power BI screen by click on the close and apply. So right now what you can do here, I haven't done any changes to any other files. Okay. So I clicked on the close and apply. And then the moment once I click on the close and apply, what happened is all the files are updated and the append one table is gone from the data field. There is no append one data from the data field. We only have the continents and then we have the other input files. Now, let's look into this page. On the Power BI screen model, when you are working, specifically, you have this way. There is something called a model view. This is one view we'll look at. There is one thing called the data view and there is a report view. Let me show you what the data view is. Unlike the Power Query editor screen, sorry, in Power Query editor screen, if you remember the topics that we have discussed, so any data that you are loading, any Excel file which you are loading from your local drive to the Power Query editor screen, you would have witnessed that Zomato Asia is having almost around 8,000 rows of data. And I have given you the difference where you can see all the rows of the data or you can see only the top 1,000 rows of the data for a column profiling. So based upon the top 1,000 rows, whatever you do will be applied for the remaining other rows of the data. So this is what you have witnessed onto the Power Query editor screen. But on the Power BI screen, how it happens is regardless of whatever the total amount of the data that you are loading, it doesn't show you the top 1,000 rows or top 500 rows. It shows you the entire data set. So when I say the entire data set, so if I click on the data view here, the very first file I'm seeing is the country master. So this is a cleaned up step and the final output. So when I go to the Asia file, if you look at this particular window, you can witness that here at the bottom level, it shows the total number of rows, which is around 8,849. What does this indicate? This indicate that from the Excel file, whatever you have loaded onto the Power Query editor screen, and on the Power Query editor screen, after doing several steps, like adding of a column or removing of a column or doing some additional index or anything, once after you have completed all these informations, finally, what it happens, like whatever the output file you have got with the total number of rows of the data will be shown as it is onto the Power BI screen. Okay, so here on the Power BI screen, you should be able to see all the rows of the data. It's another way to say this is simply um, as equivalent as an Excel spreadsheet. Okay, a cleaned up Excel spreadsheet. So this is where you can see. But however, yes, this shows still in the form of a table, but definitely not in terms of the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, this is just a table, but table will be shown like a spreadsheet here so that you can see all the total rows of the data. So on a full-fledged, you will see the full data here. Now let's talk about the same relationship when I have given you the information about how each tables are connected through one-to-one relationship or one-to-many or many-to-one or many-to-many. What if we can also see here, what if the tables are not connected? How is it going to help me? How that if the tables are connected, how is it going to help me? We'll see both the scenarios. So this is a data view. And the other view, what we are talking about is the model view. So model view, how does it actually help me? So in a nutshell to say, there are certain people who are really masters and then good at MS Access application, or either they could be really good at Oracle or uh, SAP, okay, or SQL, right? MySQL. So there are people who are really good at these. So what they does, ideally, when I take an example of Microsoft MS Access in place, so even in Access, what we see very similar to the Power BI is we are going to load all the data in the form of a tables. And after loading it, if you are aware of, I'm just giving you a simple scenario. So you can write an SQL query which can join two different tables like left outer join or right outer join or inner join or outer join. And using this based upon this methodology, two tables can be clubbed together or connected together so that we can absolutely see the output. Okay, so this is what we are gonna witness everywhere. So the same way we are also going to see here. So how does this table will work? So for a while I'm minimizing this data and I'm also minimizing the properties here. And what I'm gonna see here is all the table. So these tables ideally they are scattered in a different places. Okay, there are total 9 tables which are scattered in different places. So how do I do this? What can I do with this? In order to see all the tables at one time or at one place, the first thing what we do is select one of the table and simply type Control A. Okay, select one of the table and then simply type Control A. All the tables will be connected, or let's say all the tables will be shown up. You although you have loaded 2 tables or 3 tables, or you load 10 tables or 50 tables, but still the moment once you select one of the table in the model view and then Control A, give a command Control A, which is select all, everything gets collapsed and will be shown up in a single stretch window. From here, what else I can do? I can right click on one of the table and there is an option for me where it says expand all and collapse all, like how you see on the power on the pivot tables, like a group or expand, right? I mean the collapse or expand all the rows, correct? Similarly, you have the option here like expand all the collapse all. So I'm gonna click on collapse all. So the moment once I click on the collapse all, I can see all the tables are truncated. Now that what from here what we can do, so I'm just going to put all these aside. Okay, I'm just gonna put all these aside and start looking at each one of the table. So I'm just keeping it each one of the table here. Of course, I don't know the names. So because I have just minimized everything. So I'm just keeping all this together at one place so that, when I zoom in and zoom out, so that it becomes so easy for me and I can rearrange this back. So what am I doing? Right now I'm picking up the Asia and I'll keep the Asia here and I'm gonna keep Africa table here. And similarly, I'm picking up Europe and then Oceania and then NAM and then SAM. And then we have the USD converter, we have the KPIs, and we have the country master. So I'm gonna select everything. And I'm just keeping this bringing to the left hand side. So here, what am I doing is again, I'm just going to rely on these tables. Okay, so you might ask me like why they're not consistent here and why am I seeing a lot of relationships? So for a while, what am I doing is I'm going to the manage relationships here on the top, and then I'm going to select all the relationships, whatever it has been built, and then I click on the delete and just click on a close. So if I wait for a minute, right? So what is gonna look at here? What is that I'm gonna look at here is all the tables have been gone. So now I have just got few of the cases, few of the tables. So once again, I'm going to select everything and then say first expand all, and then I'll say collapse all. So that now I can see that there is a consistency over each one of the table. Okay. Then I'm going to bring all these in a line. Okay. I'm just aligning to this in a line. Of course, yes, unlike in the PowerPoint, it doesn't tell you like, are they in a line or not? But then you are assuming that, uh, we can just see this is how I'm just trying to arrange. Is this necessary to do the job? And definitely, like, is this very, very much necessary to do this job? Absolutely not. But this is something like why we are doing, if you ask me, for example, if you're creating a data table and then you're showing it to the people, ideally when someone looks at your table, it is easy for them to connect how your tables are actually being connected and what exactly like how these are being connected is what they can easily take a look. Okay, and that's one of the reason where we are doing this task. Okay, so for now I assume on the top these are the inputs and even below they are the inputs, and then I want to create one append one table here in between so that I can connect each one of the table. So let's say at this point in time I'm just saving the file and then keeping aside. Now see what is happening, what is going to happen. I'm going back to my report view. So on the model view, I haven't created any connectivity. I haven't created any connectivity. But then I'm going to the report view and then minimize this filter. And on the data side, I'm going to pick up Asia. Okay, I'm going to on the data side, I'm going to pick up the Asia and I'm creating a simple visualization here. Let's say for continent, I'm picking up a continent data. Okay, or let's not pick up the continent data. Let's pick up something else. I'll take the restaurant. Okay, I'm going to pick up the restaurant ID. So the moment once I become the restaurant ID, I could see that these are in the text format. So I'm just converting them to a visual card visual. And then I'm going to pick this up and then say the count distinct. So I could see that there are 8849 from the Asia table, which is good. So don't worry, we are going to do all these visualizations, but I'm doing it for a purpose because I wanted to show you how the relationships are. If the relationships are not been built, how are we going to see the table? If the relationships are not been are built, how we are going to see the table or the database. Okay, so this is about this, and then this is from the Asia table I'm picking up, and then I'm gonna pick up the Africa table and then pick the same thing like the total restaurant IDs, and then change this to the card visual and then say the count distinct. So now I could see that there are two tables coming up from Asia and Africa saying that there are two different, this is from the Asia and this is from the Africa. These are two tables or data cards from two different tables. Now from the third table, let's say we have got the country. Okay, so I'm going to keep this as a slicer. I'm keeping this here in the slicer. And I say I have just updated it. Now see, these are three different statistics. Okay, two different statistics from two different tables and a slicer from third table. Or let's say the data that we are going to see, this is from coming from the third table. Now when I choose India, okay, when I choose India, do you see or observe, is there any difference coming up in this count anywhere? Are the numbers changing anywhere?
No, no.
Absolutely not. So similarly, if I go to Australia, I still see that there is no change happening, correct? Good. So then if I go to the Asia and bring the country code, but unfortunately, since I don't have any relationship between them, so I'm just not gonna bring it. Let me bring something else from the country master. I'm gonna bring the country code. Let's say, for example, I'm gonna bring the country code. So delete this, select the country code, keep it as a slicer. The slicer, I mean, the country code could be anything, but let's just see. So I selected one. Still, do I see any changes here? No. So if I select 162, there is no change. Now just take a look at the same thing. Okay, this is coming from the country master. Then I'm going to the Asia, bring the country code again from the Asia table. I'm keeping this as a slicer and I keep the same thing here. Okay, When I select the 1, do you see, is there any change happen in any one of the card visuals here?
Yes.
So there is a change
Yes.
happening. So I'm selecting 191. Now do you see again change happen? If I select 191, the same 191 here, do you see any changes being happening anywhere? No, correct? Or let's say 166 is there. So when I click on 166, is there any change? No, right? So now tell me, what did you understand from this concept? What did you infer from this concept? I mean, it's either it is a good or bad. You tell me, like, what do you understand?
When there is a connectivity, that values are changing, and where there is no connectivity, we have not formed any connectivity here with this restaurant ID and this country code from Asia table.
Okay,
So these changes are not linked with it.
okay, good.
I think
Anything
it
else?
shows the relationship between country master with Zomato Asia that we have taken a two table.
Hmm. Okay, good. Anything else?
Yeah, but establish any connections, by default, by the pattern of data, it is taking up some relation, and I'm afraid whether we will not be able to do it precisely. If you want to drill down, maybe this may not support such default application.
Good. So let's think in this way for a while. Since we have spoken about the connectivities, or since we have spoken about creating a relationship between two different tables, which is said to be like a kind of a cardinality in our earlier task or in our earlier class. So you guys are talking about the connectivity more. Now for a while, if you unlearn that cardinality or whatever you have learned, if you think about it, leave about it, and think back, can you correlate the same example anywhere in an Excel application where you might have come across the situation?
Yeah, in pivot charts we put slicers, right?
Very
Right.
good. So what happens in the pivot table? Now think about this way. These are different kinds of data sheets. Okay, these are different kinds of sheets. Okay, so total you have got around 9 different sheets in here. Now you have got pivot tables, the summary of the pivot table from two different sheets, and you have brought slices from two different sheets. So if you understand the concept of the pivot table, can you correlate and then tell me where it would have created, why it is not creating the statistics for us?
In slicers, we have that report connections
Very
for
good,
different tables. Yeah, and then we can use that
very
connectivity.
good, very good. Now, if you understand this concept, now you tell me the same thing, a couple of questions just to make you understand a couple of questions. How are we looking at this? So sheet 1 is a pivot table, sheet 2 is another pivot table, sheet 3 is another data, or let's say we have three different sheets. So we created one pivot here, and then we created another pivot here, and then we created another pivot here. Okay, so there are three different pivot tables we created. Now I bring one particular slicer from slicer 1. I brought it slicer 1 from the pivot table 1. Now a simple question to ask, does this slicer, when I right click on the slicer and then create a report connectivity, can I create a connectivity for both the pivot table 2 and 3? And will that work?
Not
No,
sure,
we
sir.
have to.
Let me know if my question is not clear. I can repeat it.
Yeah, please repeat the question.
Okay. See, there are three different sheets. Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3 in a file. Okay. And we have created three different pivot tables. One pivot table coming from sheet 1, another pivot table coming from sheet 2, another third pivot table coming from sheet 3. And I brought a slicer from the pivot table 1. Okay, and I'm trying to connect the same slicer to pivot table 2 and 3 so that these three pivot tables are in a single sheet. They are in a single sheet now. Okay, like in a sheet 4 I have created three different pivot tables. So sheet 4, I moved my pivot table 1, 2 and 3, and then I created a single slicer. That entire sheet I created one single slicer. Now my expectation is that the moment I click on the data inside the slicer, it should filter all the three pivot tables. Will that work or will that not work?
It will work
It will work.
It will
if there
work.
is a column or some connection in pivot 2 and 3 which is related in slicer 1 also.
Good. Very good. So if this is your concept, then I'm sorry, it is absolutely wrong. Yes, what you heard is correct. It's absolutely wrong. If this is your understanding, it is absolutely wrong. Reason why? What the pivot table and the slicer say, if I am creating a data, okay, let's say the sheet 1, this is employee data. And then let's say the sheet 2, we have got experience, or let's say the employment details. Sheet 3, we have got the personal details. Okay, so I have created one pivot table which is from the employee data, another pivot table from the employment details, and third pivot table from the personal details. So these three tables are brought in from three different sheets, not one sheet. They are from three different sheets. Then all these three pivot tables are put in a new sheet. Then I brought in a slicer from pivot table 1. Although there is an employee ID coming in between, which is common in between all the three sheets, it doesn't work because these three pivot tables are from three different sources, but not from single source. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I don't know, like if you have tried this earlier, I mean, you would have understand this, but if you haven't tried, but this is a basic concept, like how it works. Okay, but again, when I say I created a sheet 5 and created pivot table 5, 6 and 7. The source of this is coming from the source of all these three pivot tables are from emp data. Okay, so now I have got three different pivot tables from a single data source created in a new sheet. Okay, and then I created four different slicers, like one employee ID, country, city and region. And when I select on one of the slicer from I mean any data from one of the slicer, automatically I could see that all these three pivot tables will be automatically get updated. Reason, they are coming from a single data source, which is from a single data sheet. Is this clear now? Does it make sense?
Yes.
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 Good. So the same concept, whatever I have explained here, now you think the same concept. I have created multiple multiple cards, or let's say that I created a card from Africa, Asia. This is coming from Africa, and I brought the country code from different sheet altogether, like a kind of a slicer. And because of that, what is happening? These three are from three different sources. And so when I create or when I select the data here, I could see that the data is not getting changed. But if you look at this country code is actually being brought in from Asia table. So when I select the statistics for this Asia table, you can see that the Asia time card is alone is changing. Okay, that is only changing. Now see, suppose from the Asia table, if I bring something else like cuisines, and again I'm changing this to a card and then say count distinct. So now I have got one more data. Okay, now you see the same thing, what is happening. When I select again one of the slicer data, you could see now both the cards are getting changed, isn't it? This is happening because they are coming from single data source, not from different sources. In order to filter out for Africa, I need to again bring the data from Africa. Okay, like a country code from Africa separately. And so you can see the statistics that these are different. I mean, there is only one country code here. So anyways, that's a good thing that we just have only one. So when I select 189, this is only filtering for this. Since we have only one, obviously the number will remain the same. There will not be any change at all. Do you agree?
Yes.
Is there any confusion?
Pick something where there are more than one, sir.
More than one, I doubt. More than one, we only have Asia. That's the only thing. Maybe we can do this way. Africa, I can bring the city or the city. Let's see. If there is only one city, then I can't help. There are multiple cities here. And even on the Asia side, I'll bring up the city then. I know there could be multiple cities coming up. Right. So this is from the Asia city. When I select one of the city from the Asia, I could see that both the cards are getting updated. Okay. Now on the Africa side, you see it keeps changing. So again, when I bring cuisines from Africa, you see both are changing. The moment once I select the city from the Africa, only Africa cards are getting updated, not the Asia cards. Clear?
Yes, sir. And we can use control and select two cities at a time, right?
Yes, we can use control and use two cities. But
Okay.
conceptual wise, do you understand? Since we don't have any, since we are not creating any relationships or do anything here, we are just seeing right now they are like individual cards and individual tables. Like these are from individual pivot tables and individual slicers. So that's the reason why they work independently. They're not connected. The city Asia cities are not connected to neither Africa, or neither Africa cities are not connected to Asia. Is this concept clear till here? Because we haven't created any connection.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I still see something kind of a gap. I mean, you can let me know if your concept is not clear. I can still explain it. But this is really important to understand. That's the reason why I'm just keep giving a stress here. Now let's look
Yes.
at one more thing. I'm going to the new page. Before I go to the new page, right now what am I doing? Go to the data model view. Right now I'm going to the data model view, and then see there is Asia, Africa, Europe, Oceania, and then NAM and SAM. And below we have got KPIs, USD converter, and country master. Okay. So now what am I doing here is I'm going to the manage relationships box on the data model. I'm going to the manage relationships. Okay. And then here, instead of going to the auto detect, The moment once I click on auto detect, I will see a lot of relationships will be updated, but I don't want to do it. I will do individually for you to make you understand so that you're aware of like how the relationships are gonna work. So when I click on the new, okay, when I click on the new, this is from table, this is to table. Okay, this is from table, this portion is from table, and this is to table. In merge query, if you remember what happened there, it is reverse. To table is on the top and from table is the below. Okay, to is on the top, from is on the below. But in manage relationships, from will be on the top and to will be on the bottom. Okay.
Right.
Now from table, which table I'm looking out for? I'm looking out for the Asia. From Asia table, I want to connect to the country master. Okay. From Asia table, I'm gonna connect to the country master. The moment I selected from Asia to country master, do you see automatically the country codes are automatically selected without me doing anything? Only the country codes are highlighted. And below that, do you see the cardinality shows many to one? Can you tell me why we have many to one?
In Asia, country codes are coming at multiple times, or in country master they are unique. So
That's
that's
good.
why many to one.
From the source, there is only one line, and it's getting replicated to multiple lines.
No, you are telling the other way around. From table is Asia, to table is country master. I am connecting Asia to master, not the country master to Asia. Suppose, for
Okay.
example, if I select the country master here on the top and select Zomato Asia here, what should I expect here?
One to many.
Did you see the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
So from
So
is in the top. Like conventionally, it will be like that only. From is
ex-
coming in the top. Okay.
exactly, from will be on the top and to will be below. So remember this point very blindly. Remember this point very blindly. In model view, relationships, okay, or in model view, while building relationships, okay, from will be on top and to will be below. In merge query, to will be on top and from will be below. Okay, you keep this statement, take this statement very blindly. Okay, keep this in mind every time so that it is easy for you. Okay, so now I'm connecting Asia table to country code and then I'll click OK. The moment I click OK, you know, the moment once it says, once this box is tick marked, this means the relationship is active. And now when I click on close, you will see automatically there is a line coming up from here to country master. You see this? And also, do you observe that from the Asia table where it started, there is a star mark, and wherever it is ending, it says 1. This indicates that the relationship is like many to one. Okay, the relationship is many to one.
Star indicates many, right?
Yes, star indicates many, one indicates one.
Sir, how to get that manage relationship window? From where we have to click?
In the model view,
Okay. Once we click, it will appear, right? That window.
yes, the moment once you click on the manage relationships, the window will appear.
Okay. Okay.
So now you see, I have created a connectivity between Asia and country master, correct? Now
Yes.
I'll go back to the report view. Okay, I'm going back to the report view. Now what am I doing is, I'm going to the Asia table. I'm going to the Asia table and I'm gonna bring again the same visual card, which is restaurant ID, converting this back to a card visual, and then say this is a count distinct. So now I have got 8849 restaurant IDs. Okay. And then similarly, I'm going to bring the cuisines and convert this to a time card and then count. Okay, there are 1499 cuisines. Okay, altogether. Now that what am I doing? I'm going to the country master, and surprisingly, I'm gonna bring the country and then put a slicer here. And these are all the countries coming up from the country master. Okay. Now see, the moment once I select the Brazil, Australia, or Brazil, or let's say the India, okay, there is only one country. So I'll just leave this. Let me bring the country code. There is only one country code, which I remember. Either you do this way or that way, anything is fine. Now you see the countries which are coming up from Asia. Okay. Ideally, if I go back here onto the data view and then look out for Zomato Asia, I have country codes, couple of country codes. They're like 162, 166, 184. Okay. So I'm just going back. When I select one, now do you see that the data is automatically updated?
Yes.
166 and again 160, 184, let's say, or 162. Now the statistics are getting changed. In the earlier concept, it didn't change, isn't it? Like in the page one, when I did this, you could have observed that the data which I brought in from Asia, and I brought the data from the country master, and when I try to again apply a filter, it didn't change because they are coming from two different sources and there is no there is no connectivity created between them. But in the next sheet, what I have done is I created a connectivity. Because of that, what is happening? I brought the data from statistics from Asia and I brought the slicer from some other country master where I created the connectivity. And so it is filtering the data. Now you understood the concept why it is important to have a relationship between the tables,
So to establish this, we should have underlying information which is common.
which is common. Yeah, that is for sure. Obviously, when you have to connect the data from one source to another source, there should be a common connectivity. But again, this is conceptually when you're looking at the through the model view. But earlier, what you have done, if you remember, what we have done on the other file is we created the VLOOKUP, correct? We create a VLOOKUP. So when we created the VLOOKUP, it is nothing but we are creating the connectivity between two tables and then extracting the data from one table to another table. And that is where we are creating the relationship through merge query.
So just that merge query. I just didn't refresh it. So now also we are building connection. We are getting changes affected. So how that merge query helped us? Instead of doing VLOOKUP, we use that feature, correct? Like a built-in application. So we were able to populate it. I remember last columns, that
Okay,
common dollar currency, we populated it using merge query, correct?
okay, I'll tell you this way. I'll tell you this way. You see this. For a while, let's go to the Asia table. Let's see what are the different country codes you have. 162, 166, 184, 191, correct? So let's see what is this 192, 1. 1 is India, 162 is Philippines, Qatar, and Singapore. You remember these four: India, Philippines, Qatar, and Singapore. Okay.
Okay.
Now, in the model view, right now, do you understand that how we created the connectivity between Asia to country master?
Yeah.
What is the connectivity between these two?
Country code.
Country code. So now I created a connectivity. Okay. Now what am I doing is I'll go to the report view. I brought the statistics from the Asia. From the country master, instead of the country code, I'm bringing the country onto the slicer. Okay. And on the slicer, now do I see the names of the country like India, Philippines, Qatar, and Singapore? When I select India, the statistics are changed. Philippines, statistics are changed. Qatar, statistics are changed. Singapore, statistics are changed. Correct? What did you create? You created the connectivity between country code and the country code, but you are bringing country as a slicer from the country master. Still, it is working. Why? This is it is creating a merge query internally.
Great. Awesome, sir.
Got it?
So yeah, so if we select South Africa, it will not show me the results because uh,
Because we
in
haven't connected
Asia,
this.
yeah, in Asia table it is not, South Africa is not there.
Absolutely, South Africa is not there. Second thing, South Africa is nowhere connected to the Asia table, so it doesn't give you the result.
Yes.
In the earlier file, you are literally doing a kind of a VLOOKUP using merge query. That is what you have done. But here you are not doing a merge query at all. You are not at all doing any merge query, but you are connecting the results instantly through the relationship so that you are still able to use the slicer and see the results. That's it.
So within our class, we are seeing two methods, correct, to achieve our objective. Merge query is also a feature of Power BI, and directly using these queries and linking also is an optimized way, I guess.
Yes. So this methodology can be used when you are having a single kind of a data source or anything where you have less data sources, and then you can create a relationship without doing into the merge query. The other way around where you are doing is because you want to show the data, that is you are creating the data model together. Append one is a kind of an output table. You are creating the model altogether for a visibility. But here if you look at that, do you see anywhere called append one? You don't have
No.
any output, but still you are trying to create a relationship between two tables. You are making your data lighter. You are creating less number of tables, but more effective way of connecting the tables, and then still say that your slices are working and your data is reflecting accordingly. The very usual way, if you ask me, like, since we have two methods, like how are we going to rely on? I usually prefer for the merge query because in order to see the data, the output table to be visible to us, we are going to create the merge query. That is the only place where we can still see our results and we can be so satisfied in our heart. Yeah, I'm able to do this. I can see the data. If you are an expertise, you're very expertise on the Power BI platform and you're becoming so advanced, you don't need to actually do. You can just create the connectivities like this and then leave it. That will create the best output for you.
Something like we look up an index match. So both similar results depends upon the level of expertise people can choose, right?
Yep.
I think this option will useful when data is, comparatively low and sheets are comparatively low. So
Absolutely. So that people, if you want to allow the people to see the what is the output that we are creating by merging 4 or 5 different queries or connecting 4 or 5 tables, we are going to create the merge query and then show the table output to them so that they're happy about it. If not, you can just, if you don't do all this, how do I come back and then find out like what you have done? All I will do is to come back to the model view and then see what tables are connected to how. What's the relationship? So that's where I'll understand, and then based upon that, I'll understand, okay, this is how you have built the data model.
But this visual feel, sir, only in today's session we are getting it. That clicking, that visual change of data.
Anyways, you are going to do that.
In
You are
merge
going
query
to do that
also
today.
we will do that, right? Okay.
Yeah, in merge query also, you will do the same thing.
I have one
So
one
this is for
query.
you. Yeah, yeah.
What is the difference between count and distinct count?
Count and distinct count. Are you aware of countif formula in Excel?
Yes.
And do you see in the count, when you use countif, we can use the countif formula in two different ways. One, in order to find out how many times a particular word is been repeated in a column. Let's say India, how many times it is repeated, we'll use the countif. That is what count is.
Okay.
Count distinct will tell you India will be repeated 100 times in a particular column, but still you'll count it as one.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
That is what the distinct values to say.
Shrikant, one query.
Mhm.
Here we build a relationship between Zomato Asia and Countermaster.
Yep.
So uh, Zomato Asia is from table, right?
Zomato Asia is from table. Yes.
So that's why this arrow is showing towards Zomato Asia, right?
Right.
If the from table is country master, then the arrow will show to country master.
No. Come again. Come again. Sorry.
This arrow in this between the relationship, this arrow
Mhm.
is showing towards Zomato Asia because it is from table to counter master,
From
right?
two table.
Country master.
And ideally, what I can still say, this is kind of a single direction. This is a single
Okay.
direction arrow. For example, when I go to the manage relationships, the same thing. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to edit this. In the edit portion, there is something. It says many to one. Correct. It's a cross
Hmm.
filter direction, that which is a single direction. So which means, what does it indicate? It indicates that you're connecting the data from Asia to master. So when you're going to, okay, I can show you this one also. The cross filter direction, it's a single, isn't it?
Hmm.
So I'm closing this. I'll go back to this place. I'm going to the result view. Now in the same result view, this is coming from the country master. Now I'm going to the Asia table, bring the country code. Since we don't have the country names here, I'm going to rely on the country code. Okay.
Hmm.
So on the country code, I'm using a slicer again. Okay. Now you see, this is a kind of a single direction. This is happening here. Right?
Right.
Now when I go back to this and then click on the manage relationship, what you also have is you can make a bidirectional direction. You see, this is a bidirectional. What does that mean in this mean? Now you see that there's double arrow.
Right.
What does this actually indicate? That if I bring country here from the country master, okay, and I bring the country code based on this, uh, let's see this one. I removed the filters here. Okay, I removed the filter. Now, since the 162 is being updated, now this is doing a bidirectional.
Okay.
Got it? This is a
Okay.
bidirectional. Suppose, for example, if I go back to the model view and then click on the manage relationships, and I don't want this to happen like bidirectional, I'll just make it as a single. In reality, in reality, do you see this? The moment once I select one, although this is filtering the data, is the slicer getting filtered here anywhere?
No.
This is called the single direction and bidirectional.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Any other questions so far? Are we good on this topic now?
Yes.
So if
Uh,
we keep it bidirectional, so if we select the country, the middle country code also will get highlighted, sir.
See, I know you might have a question here. See, is this single direction right now?
Yeah, yeah, single directional.
Asia to country master, it is filtering, correct?
Yeah.
In country master, how many rows columns of data we have?
About 15.
But we have only two columns of data, not rows. Two columns of the data only.
Yeah.
Good. So what is common between the country master and Asia? Country code.
Yes.
Now I go to the report view. I brought the country code from Asia. This is from the Asia table. This is from the country master. Okay.
Okay.
So since it is single direction, which means from Asia to country master, when I filter, the continent from the Asia, like one indicates India. Okay. Although the results, they are coming from the same table, they are filtering. This is the first concept we have learned. You create a connection or you don't create a connection, but still it works because these two, this slicer and then the statistics are coming from the same table. So it is filtering. But what is happening? The data which is coming from the country master is not getting filtered. We brought the data from the country master in the form of slicers, but the data is not getting filtered. You see, when I select one, India should show, but it is showing the whole country.
Okay.
This is single direction. Now I go back to the data view, manage relationships, and then I click on the edit. And then what I say, connect from Zomato Asia to country code. At the same time, give me a cross filter direction. Don't give me a single direction, give me a cross filter direction. So which means I can either select the country code from here or either I select the country code from here, but the data should be filtered at any cost. Whatever the data I bring should be filtered. So I click on this single bidirectional now. So now you can see there is a bidirectional or cross filter direction. Now I'll go back to the data view. Now do you see the slicer automatically is shown only for India?
Yes. Yes.
162 only Philippines.
Yeah.
When I erase this, I'll see all the continents. Similarly, if I click on India here, do you see only the country code India is shown?
Yeah.
Now this is what means the cross filter direction.
So in general, this only people 90% should be using it, right? In application wise,
Hmm.
double sided.
Ideally, it will. So this
Okay.
is a by default nature that will actually get created the moment you do a merge query. When you are doing a merge query, right? So all these comes in like a by default method. So you will see the bidirection, both the directions will be updated, and then you will also see the cardinality updated. So that's the reason why it works in. But the deeper insights of it, when you're looking into the model, exact model view, how it works in, this is how it is working. So based upon this only, your report, your visuals, everything are getting changed on the front end.
So even if you use the query also instead of merge query, this directional setting the uh, links, then also it will be both
Yeah,
bi-directional, right? By
yes,
default.
it will work. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
On I'll give you a single statement, how it, for you to understand. This is nothing but you go to a market, bring a brand new Lenovo laptop. That is what the merge query. You go to the same market, you bring assemble parts like screen from a different place, and then again RAM from a different place, hard disk from a different place, mother from a different place, and then you assemble it to a laptop, correct? And that is exactly what you're doing right now. This is a kind of an assembling part that is a by default product which is already available in the market, the merge query.
So that is merge query, and this one what we call it?
This is model view.
Model view. Okay.
Model view.
Okay. Thanks.
Ideally, we call it as model schema.
Model.
Model schema. It's called model schema. Usually people will ask like, what do you know about the model schema in the Power BI? So we tend to explain them very clearly, without a kind of doing a kind of a merge query. How do you can still filter or control your visuals is using this model schema by creating the relationships, assigning a cross filter direction or a single direction filter, and then you are creating the you're controlling your visual.
Yeah, this tends to be more catchy, sir. Creating the relationships. So their
Yes.
merge query something we are learning. So creating the relationships is very catchy phrase. Yeah.
So when you are doing this, you are going to come across these kind of relationships like called many to one, one to many to one, and many to many. Okay. Based upon your from table to to table, it depends upon what kind of connectivity or relationship you are creating. So based upon the cardinality, the you are created, and based upon the filter direction that you are applying, your visuals are updated. I hope it is clear to everyone right now, like what you have understood on the previous week concept. This is what the back end of this concept.
So basically, advanced version of what we see in the slicers, right? How
Yes,
the yeah.
how they are working, why they are working.
One query, Shrika.
Yes,
If we have like previous day two, if we have appended one table directly over here uh, with these nine tables, means containing these all Zomato Asia, Zomato Africa, and all that. With that, we if we have appended one table, then this model view directly shows us the relationship between these tables.
yes. So are you clear here? This bit?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll do one thing. Now I'm gonna close this file here. Okay, I'm gonna close this file. I'll keep it as a save as. So while we are sending the material, I'll also send this specific to the relationship so that you can go back and then cross verify here. Now I'm going to day three file directly. Okay. Now answering your question, I'll go to the day three file directly. Right. So I'm going to the model view directly. Okay. Here we have append one. Okay. Here we have append one. So for a while, you see we have the append one, right? So I'm gonna minimize this all this here. So like the way I have done earlier, I'm doing the same thing. Okay. So I'm going to collapse all, and then I will say this is Zomato Asia. So I'll bring it here, and then Zomato Africa, somewhere it is down, and then Zomato Europe. Just allow me 5 minutes. This will just take around 5 minutes. Europe, Oceania, and then Nam, and then Sam. So I've got all the 6 continents. And then I'm gonna bring the append one in the between. And then I'll say this is my KPI and this is my country master. And then this is my USD converter. Okay. So this is my whole model view. Okay. On the top are my continents, below are the other inputs, and then in between there is an append one table. Now you see, because of the concept that we have done, like append queries, the merge query. On the very first note, we have done appending, and then we did a append one to append one. We have done a lot of queries. Okay. Now you see that in Zomato Asia, do you observe there are dotted lines and the solid lines? Do you see this?
Yes.
So dotted line denotes this could be a possible connection. Dotted line denotes that this is a possible connection. Okay. And the solid line denotes that it is a created connection. So if I hover the mouse on this, okay, if I hover the mouse on the solid line for the Zomato Asia, okay, the moment when I hover the mouse here, do you observe the country code is highlighted?
Yes.
And it starts with the many to relationship. And then when I look at the solid line, it is directly going to country master country code, and the one-to-one relationship it already established.
Yes.
You remember how we created this connection?
Merge query.
Good. So when I click on the manage relationships now, the manage relationship box here, and when I see Zomato Asia to country code, this is the one. I click on the edit. Okay. So by default, it is giving me the many to one and then single direction. Now here is a place where I can give a cross-field redirection if required.
So why at that time, sir, we saw that by default the dual direction will be there, right? Sometime back we were
Uh,
discussing.
that is for few cases. Few cases it will go for a single. I mean, by every time it should be single. Dual also comes into the picture when wherever it is required and necessary.
Okay.
So this is called auto detect relationship. Okay, here in this case, auto detect relationships will happen automatically. And these are all the possible relationships, and the place where it is unchecked, those are called inactive. So which means these are possible relationships it has got, but still it is not being connected. This is just a possible relationship, and these are denoted on the back end using the dotted line. The ones which are checked, these are denoted by the solid lines because they are connected. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
You see, because of the append one table, right now everything is connected. So I'm just leaving it aside. So I'm seriously not bothered about this. So these are like so many relationships we have brought in. So it creates it.
Something like electric circuit diagram, sir.
You see, this is a by default. This is what I have told you, bidirectional. The bidirectional, this is coming between the Zomato Oceania, the restaurant ID with the KPA restaurant ID. Got it? So this is a bidirectional one.
So it would auto sense based on the context and the data types or something.
Exactly. So here you didn't spend your time on doing your model view. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You are not investing your time on creating this kind of a model concept. You are investing your time by directly doing the merge query. That is where you are making your lighter node. You're just doing the merge query, and then on the back end it is automatically creating, based upon your merge query, it is automatically creating the model view for you.
Sir, in industry, out of 10 people, how many would be using merge query and how many will be going for that?
8 people will use the merge query and 1 or 2 people will use this model view.
Okay.
Merge query is something like we use it very easy because see, when you have VLOOKUP with you, do you VLOOKUP works perfectly? Do you tend to use index and match?
No, no.
Correct. So
Yes.
similarly, the same thing is going to happen here, because if you look at me, I'm a person who only use the index and match. I don't use VLOOKUP. Either there is a necessary or not necessary, I'll only use index and match, because I always want to ensure that I always brush up my formulas in a different way. So even if here, if you ask me, I create the merge view because I need to create an output table. Otherwise around, I don't need to go to the output table. I straightly get into the model view, create a direct model for me, which works very well, and then start creating a visual directly.
But the quality wise, there is no compromise. Even in merge query, we will get it, right?
That's all. Merge
Okay.
query is also the same. Um, Still, in order to make you much more simple to make you understand, you remember in the Power Query editor, whatever the steps you're doing on the data on the right hand side, do you see the applied steps? It is automatically getting recorded as a step by step.
Yeah.
This is a one form of doing wherein, which is equivalent to kind of doing a merge query. And the applied step is nothing but the model view is automatically creating the connectivity. Okay. Now you look at the flip side of the coin. You don't need to do the applied step, or sorry, you can go into the applied step, directly write the code there. Like I have told you, you can get into this Power Query editor and then directly write the query there. Like when I go to the transform data, there is an option for me called the advanced editor. Okay. On the advanced editor, I can straightly directly click on this advanced editor and I can start writing the query like this. Okay. This, the moment once I do it and then click on done, again, it will show me the applied step, which means this is a kind of a model view. This example is like a kind of a model view. I'll get into the model view, manually create all the relationships, and it is going to apply the connectivity. This is what the difference is. We always tend to use a lighter note, or let's say we always try to use a simple view, simple methodology, so that you and me are benefited.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Right. So the next part of it, now you can open the day 3 file, everyone. You can open the day 3 file, and then let's start working on the day 3 file here. If you haven't opened, just open it. Just give me a minute. I'll be back. All right, thank you. So now on the day 3 file, what we are looking at here is on the Power BI screen, what are the essential things that we are going to look? And the conceptually, when I have spoken about this earlier, like whenever I say home, we are going to refer the home tab, insert tab, modeling tab, view tab. Okay. So just remember this point. The moment when I talk about a particular command, so I'm gonna tell you, go to the home tab, look at the data group under which you are gonna find SQL Server. Okay. When I say go to the text box option, you will find it in home tab, insert group, you are gonna find the text box option. Okay. So whenever I talk about the options, you need to look at the screen in this methodology like tab, group name, under which you need to find out. And whenever there is a kind of a drop down where you need to look at that, I'm gonna tell you, click on this particular option drop down, you are gonna find out one of the options. Okay. So this is a header. On the right hand side, the place where you can see the data under which you are going to find whatever the tables that you have already worked on the Power Query Editor screen, you are going to find out all the tables here. Okay, all the tables here. And similarly, before that, you have one more option called the visualization, where right now from today onwards, we are going to work more on this visualization bit. Okay, and I am going to explain one of the visuals and then few of the options within that, and rest will remain the same. So we'll see what are the general options, what are the deeper options inside that. And prior to that, you have one more option called the filters, where you don't need to absolutely work on that, but I'm going to tell you where you are going to use the filters. Okay. So these are the three different tabs you will see. Beside,
Shrikant,
yeah,
I'm unable to see this data option in my day three.
I believe that you are on the Power Query Editor screen. So on the left hand side, click on the close and apply option. This should take you to the Power BI window.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Is this visible?
Yep. Okay. Um, Click on the apply changes. Wait, under the field section, you're gonna get this. Okay, there is something called which is okay, D drive personal. Okay, click on the close. Looks like your data source settings has been changed. Have you changed the input sources anywhere?
No, not really.
Click on the transform data, please. Okay, looks like something went wrong.
I think source is showing.
Have you followed the day two?
I just renamed day one file.
Oh, you should not rename the day one file, na? That is not correct, right?
So I just copy that and then done that.
No, 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 no. Even then, the problem is that day two file is missing.
Oh, right, right. So shall I delete this again?
Uh, no, no, close this file. Okay, you can close this as well. I doubt I cannot share you the file, but still let me try my best.
No, I have day one, day two file.
No, your day one file is okay. Day two file looks like it is. Can I look at the day two file, please? Okay, good. And can you click on the save as? Click on the file and save as. Yeah, day three. You can rename this as a day three. Click on save.
I already have day three. So
No,
shall I?
replace that.
Okay.
No, we are improvising from day one, day two, and day three, right? Day one, you just have
Right.
loaded the files. We are looked into. Day two, we did some more extra data set. Then day three, we are looking onto the visuals. So I'm trying to make sure that you know how the difference you're creating between from the day one to day six, how your difference is getting, how you're able to differentiate yourself. आपने अगर डे वन का फाइल रीनेम किया तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डे थ्री में. Good. Now you are able to see that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So on this, you have the data, and then there is a visualization. Yeah. Instead of data, it is showing fields for you, but still, yes, that is good. Okay, the filters, and then you already did looked at the model view right now, and I already have spoken about the data view, wherein you can see all the tables data here. And on the report view is a place where you are going to build your visualizations. This is a place where you are going to build your visualization. Okay, so when I bring the visualization, I usually collapse this filter. I'll keep the data also collapse for now so that I can see the pane on a broader note, and then I can still see my visuals in a better clarity. And likewise in the Excel spreadsheet, okay, you have here called the page. Okay, you can create multiple pages here. There is no limitation over here. You can create multiple pages. Like in the Excel file, what are the options that you will see is when you right click here, you will have a duplicate and you have a rename page. So on the rename page, either you can double click here and then I'll rename this as a home page. Okay, just create a home page here. Everyone.
That page one, should we rename it, sir? How?
Yep. Double click on the page one. It will automatically come into the rename state. You can just type in automatically there.
Sometimes that Zoom toolbar is appearing there, sir. How to move it? It's not movable also.
Which one?
That Zoom meeting, that voice muting, unmuting option bar is coming in. So that is blocking the visibility. That page number renaming, no, in the bottom.
Okay.
So is there any way to remove it?
Are you talking about this?
Ah, yes, yes.
Okay. You can. How do you do it? Usually, when I click somewhere here, it should automatically go off. And if you don't disturb, it will not come out.
You
Okay,
can minimize that, na? Yeah.
That I don't remember this option.
okay, okay. I will. It is working, sir. If I click somewhere, that is going up.
Yeah, that will go off usually.
Okay.
All right. So right now we are going to build statistics on the home page. Okay. So let's start with a simple visualization, and then from there on, we'll see something more about this. So far, whatever you have learned in terms of uh, the data creation model and everything is completed, then we are going to enter into the visualization area. So on the visualization area, the very first visual what we are going to bring is a new visual that you would have not come across while you are doing any other kind of a visual tools, but something by default what Power BI does. So remember this point, whenever you are doing the Power Query, sorry, whenever you work on the Power BI, any data which has got The geographic names like continent names, country names, city names, or locality names, all these can be identified. Let's say, for example, if you are from a place called Delhi, okay, and within Delhi, if there is a place that can be identifiable on the map, okay, and if that name is there on your data, that will automatically convert into a map visual in the Power BI. For instance, when I say India, and then when there is a word called India in my data, when I bring that onto the Power BI visual, it will automatically convert that into a India map. Okay, so that is what we are going to see right now. What I'm going to do is, most of the time, whatever I'm going to teach you right now will be brought in from the append one data only, not from the other places, not from the any other table, but we are going to bring data only from the append one table most of the time. So I would say, follow my screen for a minute, watch what am I doing. Once I say you can practice it, then you will do it on your screen. So watch my screen for a minute. On the right hand side, append one, I'm going to expand this by click on this button, tiny button before the append one. It will expand and show me what are the different kinds of content data headers I have. All the data headers will be shown up. The second portion of it, sometimes for a few of the data headers, you will see there is a sigma symbol available. Okay, there is a sigma symbol which is coming up. What does the sigma symbol denote? The sigma symbol denotes that your data is summarized on the backend. What does this indicate? For example, when I go to the data view, under the same append one table, when I look at this, the cost in USD, okay, the column cost in USD, when I select it, you can observe that the data on the top is called summarization. This is created in a sum. It's not literally doing the sum here on the data, but on the back end, it is ready to do a summarization. Your data is summarized. Okay. If not, if you don't want this to be summarized, you can also uncheck this. You can also keep this as don't summarize. It is not going to create any effect on your data or your statistics. Definitely no. Then the next portion, you would have asked me, Srikanth, we already have done the same thing on the back end on the Power Query editor, like fixed decimal. But still, why does it appear here? When you load the data onto the Power BI screen, sometimes the format might keep changing, but it will not convert the date number to text or text to number. But there could be a chance where your data, because of the summarization, your format of it can be changed. Okay, there is a difference between format and the data type. Data type is number. You see, the data type is number or fixed decimal. So format can be anything. For example, if I want to convert this into a decimal number or a whole number, let's say I'm creating this into a decimal number. Okay, I'm changing this to a decimal number here. And I can still very well, the moment once I click on the decimal number, you can see the decimals are automatically corrected to 2, and this is how your data looks like. So you're going to learn about all these on the back on the coming stages. You're going to learn all this on the coming stage, but then I'm just giving you a heads up how it looks like. So I'll go back to the report view where I want to create my visual. So the place where here you will see this white space where you are going to build your visuals, the space is called canvas. Okay. The place is called canvas. So whenever I say bring this particular column onto the canvas, you are going to bring it onto the canvas here. So now let's look at this. Under the appendment table, the very first thing you have got is a continent. Okay. I want, okay, just watch the screen for now. I'm going to bring the continent data onto the canvas. So drag the continent and then put it onto the canvas like this. So just watch my screen completely. I'll tell you when you will do, then you practice. So the moment I brought into the continent onto the canvas, you can observe that this is automatically converted into a map visual. And then that is where I'm able to see The world map is automatically updated onto the canvas. Besides this, the data points, wherever we have the data points like Asia, you see that there are blue dots, right? Asia, Europe, Africa, and then NAM, and then SAM. So all these are automatically updated. This is not North America, but still it is showing you the North America on this. Okay. This is how your data looks like. So again, I'm gonna bring this way. When I select the map visual, I can still see that the under the location, the continent, since I brought the continent, it is updating. Now you can ask me like why NAM is not showing properly. It is identifying something on the map as a different location in Africa. Okay, so it is not accurate about it because the name, when we write, we usually write it as North America or South America. We don't use any short forms. When we use a short form, obviously the data here it thinks it is Namibia or something else. So that's the reason why it is plotting a wrong way. So I understood at this point in time that the continent is not plotting properly. So what I do, I'm going to select this map visual, and then under the location here, under the visualization box, under the location, I'm going to remove the continent and replace the same thing with country. Replace the same thing with the country. Okay, I removed the continent and then brought in the country here. Now, since I brought the country, you could see that all the countries are being plotted here with the colors. Okay, now for a while, let's see what are the settings we have on the map visual. So this is the first visual we have created. And then when I select the visual here, okay, under the visualizations, you can see three different options coming up. If I don't select the map visual on the canvas, you will only see two options. But again, when I select the map visual, you will see and one more option which is added called the format your visual. So I'll click on the format visual. Let's see what are the formats we have got on the visuals here. For every visual that you bring in, either it could be a map, chart, column chart, bar chart, or anything, here you will have two different sets of formats. You will always have two different sets of formats. One is general, one is visual. Let's talk about the general for a minute. Throughout the session, I'm not going to touch base anything on the general. Reason being, the properties of these are very simple. The properties here says left, right, height, and width. Okay. What this talks about is when I'm moving the cursor and then moving the visual, the height and width are getting adjusted, which gets automatically adjusted here. So I'm not going to touch base this. I might have to touch base on the title because sometimes I need to ensure that the title gets updated automatically, or I can also give some custom title here. For example, when I click on this title here, it's automatically shown country because I brought in the country. If I want to change the heading of this and say, um, want to write a statement like this, we are operating. So I have given a statement color like this, like we are operating as a text. And then below that heading, I can give a different kinds of headings. Okay, you might not find what is the format here, but now at the font size, if I want to make this into Calibri, I can choose this to Calibri, and I can increase the font size, and I can bold it and underline the same thing. And if I want to use a change in the text color, I can also give. So I'm using the Zomato color, and the background color I'm gonna leave it as it is. I'm not gonna do any changes. So I'll leave it as it is. These are the alignments: left, center, left, right, and mid. So I'm just leaving it as it is. So most of the time, you might have to work more on the title part. And apart from this, the remaining others we don't usually work and not required. But on a lighter note, to talk about what are these, say, the effects here will give you a different kinds of effect. Like you want a background on, you can give, or background off, you can give. You will not see any difference here. Okay. And the color, you can see the color here. This is white in color. Okay. If I change the color to any other color here, black, you will see it goes on the black. So I'll keep it white for a consistency to see it is good. And visual border, you can give a visual border here. So when I click on the visual border, you can see the border now. There is a visual border applied. So I'm going back to the general. Okay. And header icons, tool tips, only when we use, you can use this. Otherwise around it is not required. But ideally this header icons will not be of use anything use here. It is only on the reading view. So we don't need to require anything about here. Okay. So I'll give you, I'll give you a few minutes. Just bring the country onto the canvas and then change the font color or whatever you want to do. And then, just mention it as like we are operating it here. And then look for the changes in the, or do some changes on the general bit. Just give me a shout once you guys are done with this.
So country master we should pull, sir.
No, you need to bring from the append one table country. From the append one country.
Sir, in append one country code is only there, right?
No, country is also there. Or
And sir,
country master dot country should be there.
Country master is there.
Yeah, country master dot country, something should be there.
hello,
Yes,
sir.
Poli.
Sir, actually, I just try to put a map on it. It shows map and field map visuals are disabled to enable them to go to option setting.
Okay, so you can remove that.
Option and
Yeah, you can remove that visual. In this case, when the map visuals are not being updated, what you need to do, you need to click on the file and then click on the
yes, sir.
options and settings, and then again options.
Yes,
In the options, you're gonna find out security.
yes, sir.
Under the security, when you scroll down, you should see an option here called map and field map visuals. This should be
Yes, sir.
checked.
Map and field. Yes, sir.
Should
So
be
then,
checked and
okay.
then click OK. So once you click OK and then bring in the map visual, like for the country, again the map visuals will be on.
Still might be. Yes, sir. I think it's done. Thank you.
Yep.
Hello,
Yes.
sir. That I say change the settings, sir. I just security settings I updated. Still, that into mark and that error message is still applying. So map has not appeared. So
Can
should I?
I look at your screen, please?
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, sir, sorry for interrupting you.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing. Just Jonathan sir asked something now. So just click on alternate something, then it will update it. So it was the same case for me also.
But you are able to see that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So just click on city, then click on again country. So it will be show.
Country code, right?
Yeah, anything like city or anything.
How to
Yes, sir.
delete the previous one, sir? Wrong entry. That that into mark some this chart. How to delete it? Right click. Huh? Remove.
Sorry, I'm mute. Yeah, you need to select it and you can just click on the delete.
Okay.
No, but I could see that you haven't done the merge query for the country master. I think you have done a wrong thing, I guess.
Okay.
Go to the transform data. Right, go to the append one table. Go to the merge query on the top.
Merge query.
On the right hand side, applied step.
Not here, sir.
No,
Here. Okay. Right hand side. Merge query. Okay.
click on that merge query. Merged query. Okay, this is good. Cancel this.
Cancel or close, sir. Into mark, right?
Then
Closing.
you cancel
Cancel means where this option is there.
below.
Okay. Okay.
And then click on the merged query one. Okay, click on the cancel. Now go to the previous step again, merged query. Don't click on that, just select that. Select it. Just select that step. Go to the right hand side, extreme right hand side. You forgot to expand the table here. Just expand the table there. Select only the country. Click OK. Yes. Yes. Good. So now you can go to the last step, or either once the step is completed, you can click on the close and apply.
Okay.
Shrikant,
Yes.
shall I show you my screen? I'm unable to see the maps.
Yes.
Is this
um,
visible? Yeah.
Yeah, screen is visible. Delete this visual, current visual on the canvas. Delete it. Okay, have you updated the settings?
Yes.
Then you know you can bring
Yes.
the country master dot country. Security, come down.
This option, right?
Use
This
that.
option.
Yeah, use ArcGIS for Power BI as well. Click OK. Right. Again, you can delete this and again re-update this again back. Something
Sir,
is wrong. Yes.
sir, I have a query. After this, I will ask you.
Okay. Select on continent or city as well. No, it is not getting updated. So which means I think the version that you are using is something different. Looks like it is not enabled from the administrator side or something.
Okay, because I'm using the latest version.
No, but it should. There is nothing to do with the latest version. It should ideally work. I'm
Yes.
just wondering like what could have been happened. Maybe you can close the file and then restart the file one more time and then see.
Okay.
So how to rename it, sir? In
Sir, till the
format,
time,
Sorry.
renaming in the format map settings. You asked, no, we are working some keyword you wanted to apply it, right? Renaming
Home page.
that we have done. For this red color, you have put some that country
Acha, we
master.
are operating. We are operating
So where to update it?
under the general. So you need to select the map visual. After
Okay,
you select the map visual, you'll go to the format. Under the format visual, you'll have the general settings.
okay,
So click on the general setting. You should see the title.
okay,
That's when you should be able to see that.
okay, okay. We are
Yes.
operating.
Now it is working.
Yeah,
Now it is working.
good.
sir, can I share my screen after this?
Yes, Anand.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry for actually I was on mute. Sir, actually I missed that country master point here.
Okay.
So can you help me in that?
You missed that country master.
Yes.
No, no.
Actually it's there.
It is there. The country is updated. No.
Yes, sir, but it shows two times, right? Australia, Africa, Asia.
Okay, this is because you are using a flat map. Go to the format your visual. Select that map first. Go to the format visual. Yeah, the first option.
So this one
L-
only?
Yes. Okay, go to the data view.
Uh,
Left
so
hand. No,
here,
no, 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 no. Wait. So if you remember, no. Under the visualization, that build visuals, there you have location and
yes.
legend. You need to remove the legend and then drag it towards the location. The country option towards the location.
They have
Yes.
done, sir, I think.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Let me share my screen back. Now I believe everyone are on the same page with me, where you guys are able to see. You guys are able to see the whole data sets. Okay. Now, from now on, what we are gonna see is again on the same map visual. So far, we looked into the general part. Now let's look at the visual part. On the visual part, what is that you are gonna see? Okay. On the visual part, what is there? The first thing is the map setting.
The first thing is the map setting. The first thing
When I
is the map setting.
when I click on the map setting, the first thing you are gonna see is the style. So when I click on the style, this is a plain road style. If you want to change this, you can change this to aerial view like this, or either you can change a dark view, or either you can put a lighter view, or a grayscale, or road again. Okay. So I'm choosing the aerial view so that it looks much better. And similarly, below that, under the control section, you don't need to do anything for now. Okay, you can just leave it as it is. But on the bubble side, you can increase the bubble size like this. You can increase the bubble size so that how it looks like. And you want to change the color of the bubbles, you can change the color. Probably you can match the same thing with the Zomato theme, since we are working on the Zomato data. And the category labels, when I say the category label, when I switch on the category label, you will see the country names against each one of the bubble like this. And you want to switch on only the country label and you don't want the other labels to show, then under the style, you can switch off the label so that it will remove everything and then just retain only the country names. Okay, and the category labels. So that's it. The heat map you remove, I mean, you don't touch base anything for now. Just leave it as it is because it requires some other logins for that. So you don't require the heat map. So leave the heat map and then you can just do the changes till here. Select the map under the visuals, look at the map settings. Under the map setting, under the style, choose the style, whatever you require. And then you can switch off the data labels. And then under the bubbles, you can change the size of the bubble, change the color of the bubble, and you can switch on the category labels. So this is how the map looks like. Just do this and confirm. It shouldn't take a minute.
Should we right click on the map, sir? How we should first?
No, you need to select the map. The moment once you select the map, you will see the options for the format your visual. And then the visuals will be updated. Under the visual, you will see the visuals.
Shrikant,
Yeah.
yeah, my file got closed, and when I am reopening it, day 3 file, and when I'm adding that map over there, it's again giving me the error, irrespective of my view map visually selected. Can I share the screen?
Yes, please. Select the map visual. Right. So now bring in the country here. Okay, you need to go to the file options. Just check that option one more time. Security, scroll down. Okay, close this. Close the file.
Close the entire file.
Yes. Save.
Reopen.
Yep. Remove this and then update it one more time. Let's see. I'm not sure like why this is giving you an error. Probably this could be because no, just bring the country directly. Okay, from the append one. Okay, maybe you need to restart the system and then
Okay.
check. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's take a short 10 minutes break. And Nair, if you wanna restart your machine meanwhile, you can just restart and then see.
Sure, sure.
Okay, let's take a short 10 minutes
Uh,
break.
yeah,
Yeah,
1 minute, Shrikant.
yes,
How
yes.
to deactivate these continents from the map?
Share your screen, please. Go to the, just scroll up a little bit. Go to the style. There you see the show labels. You need to switch off. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. All right. So we'll take a short 10 minutes break and then we'll be back again. Okay.
Okay.
same problem है. Maps and field maps visuals are disabled. To fix this, ask your tenant admin to enable map and field map visuals in admin portal. शनी बसल्यासारखं झालं यार काम. This is possible.
टीव्हीवर डाउनलोड
I'm back. Let me know if you guys are also back.
Hi Shrikant, the problem is same like even after restarting.
Then I'm not really sure about that now because that's the only way that we can do. Maybe. Are you using an office system?
Office system, yeah, it's my laptop office only.
Yeah, because it likes looks like it says some admin portal has been administrator has been disabled something there. Should not be like that ideally, but not really quite sure like what's happening with that. We'll try to find out something on the after the session.
Okay.
We'll again try once.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. Right. So far what we have done is we know how do you update the map visual, and then we also did see the different settings onto the map visual. Then now let's add few more information to that so that we can see what exactly we are looking at on this particular home page. Now let's add one more data item to this so that first let's see how the connectivity is being created. So within the append1 data table, we have brought in the continent. Now what I'm going to do is to scroll down a little bit and find out for the restaurant ID. Okay, find out the restaurant ID. So since the restaurant ID is in the text format, when I drag onto the canvas, this comes in as a text format like this. Okay, the moment once I bring in the restaurant ID onto the canvas, this comes in as a text format. So the text format should always be usually on the Power BI screen. Any text that you bring in, okay, will be any text that you bring in will be shown onto the data like this in the table format. So now I'm going to select this visual, and then there is a visual called card visual. This visual is called the card visual. Okay, this is a card visual. So I'm going to select this to the card visual so that the first restaurant ID, if it is 1000080, this is how it shows. This is the first restaurant ID. Okay, step 1, bring the restaurant ID. Step 2, convert to the card visual. Then on the step 3, once it is changed to the card visual, I'm going to the field section and then change this to the count distinct. So the moment once I click on the count distinct, I should see that the number 9550 appears. So I'm bringing this card visual down like this. Okay, so this is my first card visual here. Okay, now let's see what are the changes that we will do on the card visual. I'm gonna select this card and then go to the format your visual. And as I told you, in general, we are going to look more onto the title. So I'm gonna select the title, switch on the title, and then say total restaurants. Okay, and the font size to be Calibri, and make it bold, and then underline, and then center alignment. The text color to be in the Zomato font color, and I'm slightly increasing this to show us this is how the data should look like. Also, on the format visual, this time on the visual side, I'm not going to do any changes to the callout value. So callout value remains the same. Probably I can just fill in the font size and the color is okay, and can make it bold. And the category label, I'm just going to switch off. This is what I have done so far. Just give it a try and then see. Step 1, bring the restaurant ID, then change to the card visual, then select this, click on this count of restaurant ID, post which go to the format your visual, update the title with font, color, size, and theme. And then on the visual line, just switch off the category label.
After count distinct, what we should do?
After count distinct, select the visual and then go to the format your visual. In the general, update the title as total restaurants, and then change the font color, make it a center alignment.
Restaurants, okay. Then heading, font size, okay. Font DIN, okay. Font size,
I mean, you can keep any font you like.
okay. And then font color to the Zomato matching, okay. Font color to Zomato's color.
The reason why we are making this, because in case if you want to do some changes to your font size, color, and shape, how you can do it. So these are the ways that you can do.
And font size we will reduce it, sir, some 13 or 14.
Font size, you can
But
just
that,
actually keep it more, around 15 or 16.
and that number 9550 font, is it possible to change it?
Yes. So once you do that, you have to go to the visual. Under the callout value, you will see the font size and everything.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Then general, and then underline also. Underline total restaurants. Keep bold. So these auto recovery files should we retain or we can exclude, ignore it?
You can ignore it. Done.
Done.
All right. So now let's look at this one. Okay. So the reason after you have updated this, just do a quick check. The moment once you select any bubble from the map, you should see the label should automatically indicate it. The label should automatically change.
It's showing country master dot country name.
Have you switched off the category?
Where sir, after we should click that dot, red dot, then we should do it, or generally format
No.
format
Share your screen.
category labels on. I have kept category labels on.
Share your screen, please.
You're able to see, sir?
Yeah. Now select any one of the dot. Yeah, it is changing, right?
Changing, but country master dot country something is coming, no?
That is the category label because those category labels we just switched on, right? So that's the bubble. That's not a big deal.
Okay, okay.
Good. So now let's move on to the next one. Let's have 4 more labels here so that we can see how we can do it. What I would say, likewise in PowerPoint, like how you can create one format and then copy the same format and then do some minimal adjustment. You can also do the same thing here on the Power BI. How do you do that? So what am I doing? I'm going to select this. I'm going to select this visual. So watch my screen for a
The
minute. Do not do
screen
anything.
not coming
Screen not coming.
because in between I shared, so maybe it got disconnected.
Okay. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yeah, yeah. Now it came.
Okay. Right. So right now, just watch my screen. Do not do anything and I'll give you time to do. So what we are going to do, I'm going to select this visual. Okay. And then type Control C on the keyboard and then type Control V. The moment I do, there is a copy of this visual happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this visual and then take it towards to the right hand side, little right hand side, just to ensure that I'm going to create one more visual. Okay. So I'm going to select this visual and this time under the select visual, I'm going to bring 4 more categories. So the other category that I want to bring is the total restaurants, and then related to that, what exactly will be the best thing is the total cuisines we can bring. Okay, the total cuisines. So I'm going to select this visual here, remove the field called country of the account of the restaurant ID and bring in cuisines under the fields. And the same thing I'm gonna do is to do a count distinct. And after I do the count distinct, I see a value called 1825. And then I go to the format your visual, just change the heading. Instead of restaurants, I'll say total cuisines. Okay. Now you can just do this on your screen. See, it just took me not even a minute to finish this second visual. It just took me around few seconds to just finish up this visual.
So total questions 46.
Total cuisines 46.
Is it matching, sir, with your screen? Okay.
Have you put this count of cuisines? Okay, if it is count distinct, if it is count different, if it is count distinct, it should be in 1825. Have you
Okay,
brought in
maybe
the have you
no.
brought in the
I
cuisines
kept to,
from append one?
yeah. I kept to one country only, I think.
Okay,
So
maybe. Yeah. Just select on anywhere on the black screen. It should automatically give you the value. Click on anywhere here.
yeah. It came 1825. Now it came. Yeah.
Right. Now this is a second method. The third method you will also see. The third method. Now I'm going to add one more visual. Just watch my screen. Then again you will do the same thing. Okay. The third another way that I am gonna do very quickly and early is this way. Now that I'm gonna bring the cost in USD value, average cost of the USD. Okay, you remember there is an option that we have created like 2 USD and average cost and cost in USD. So I'm gonna bring the cost in USD here onto the canvas. Now this time when I bring the cost in USD, this comes in as a graphical format. All right, or a visual, another visual. So I'm gonna change this visual to cart visual as a step 2. Okay, and then the moment once I change this to the cart visual, you could see that sum of cost in the USD came in. I'm going to change this to average cost in USD. Then the average becomes 10.82. Okay, average cost in the USD. Now that what I'm going to do is to take this cuisines, select this cuisines, and then on the home tab under the clipboard group, you will see the format painter. So click on the format painter and just apply this brush onto the new visual. This will automatically set up the exact way how it should look like. And only thing is the head, the title will be missing. Just click on the title and update the title as average cost in USD. So now I could see that the average cost in USD is updated, and then I'm gonna reduce this and then keep it here. This is another way. Okay, just do it.
Sir, can I share the screen? For me, 10.82 it's not coming. Point not 49 is coming. The 2 USD.
Not 2 USD. You are bringing the wrong one. You should update average cost in the USD, which is the cost in USD, because we converted the value. So
Okay.
cost in USD.
So after selecting the checkbox, we can change the that option also. By default, it will change, no, corresponding column.
Yes. Yes.
And in bottom one gray color, average cost in USD like that it's appearing, sir. That's once we enlarge that box,
Mm-hmm.
that the description average of cost in USD, some text is appearing.
It should not appear if you have used the format painter of this particular label to this label.
Okay. No, there also if I extend and see it is appearing.
So which means you okay, if you select the visual, go to the format your visual, under the visual, you will see the category label. This is on. You should switch off the category label.
Oh, okay.
This should be off.
Okay. Now it went off. Okay.
Okay. So the last label that we are gonna do is, I'm again making a copy of this label. I paste it and then keep it towards to the right hand side. The last label that we are gonna do here is aggregate. I think let's bring up the aggregate rating. Okay. So I'm gonna select this visual, remove this cost in the USD, bring the aggregate rating, and then before when I bring this time, just take a look at the screen again. This time when I want to bring the aggregate rating, this is shown up in the text format. So how did I identify this is in the text format? Because the moment once the field is brought in here, instead of showing some average, it is showing me first and last. What could be the reason? When I go to the data view, the reason for that, because the aggregate rating here column, this is shown in the text format. If you look at the aggregate rating, the data type is shown as a text. So what I do is I'm going to quickly change the data type to text to the decimal number and then click yes. So this is going to get changed to the decimal number. And then again, I'm changing the format to decimal number so that it is updated with 2 decimal points like 0.00. And now I go back to the report view. And if I look at the visual here, this automatically the field name got changed to the sum, average and everything. So I give the average rating and it came in as 2.67. And I'm changing the value title to average or average rating and leave it. Just do this and then see.
Sir, sorry, actually.
Yep.
In data type, we have to change to decimal, right?
Yes. Data type to, yeah, decimal number.
Decimal number. It's asking data type change. With this data type change, your
Yes.
data will be stored differently.
Just click on yes.
Okay. So then format decimal number, right?
Yep.
Sir, in append one only we should go and find that column, right?
Yes, in the append one column only. Append one table only.
So in
Enter
field table, you
data type text, we'll
Sorry.
how to effect that after selecting that aggregate rating.
Mm-hmm.
I just I will just share the screen, sir.
Yep.
uh, sir, in field, what you have selected?
Aggregate rating. Average of the aggregate rating.
Sir, is this column aggregate rating what I selected? Is it okay?
Yeah, that is correct.
But now here the drop down on sound is coming, ping ping like that.
Because it has already been updating on the back end or something. Check the. There are two screens of the Power BI on the down. Check. Select that, please. The last one, something. Yeah. Select that. Click on yes.
Here,
No,
sir.
no. Select. No, no. Select that. No, no. Go
Column.
to the other screen of the Power BI.
Okay.
No, the last screen, sir. You're not selecting the last screen.
This one day two.
The last screen. Last
This
one.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're not selecting it properly.
Now three is appearing. No. This one. Some data type change.
Yes.
Okay. You want to allow. Okay.
Yep.
Request control. Okay.
Right. You can continue from here, sir.
Okay. So decimal number. Okay. Still, it is not reflected.
Yeah, because
Average.
you need to change the field from a minimum to average rating. Average.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, good. So we have successfully added all the data labels here. Now just take a look, click on any one of the bubble, then you should see all the four values should keep changing. Okay, all the four values should keep changing. So in order to reset the values, you can click on anywhere outside the bubble. So this will automatically reset the values. Okay, now let's look at one more bit here. Okay, so far what we are looking at is we are looking at the data by country wise, and the data stats are also shown by country wise. Now I present the dashboard to the people or your management. What your management say, the dashboard looks good, or sorry, okay, the cover page looks good or the home page looks good. And when I click on any one of the bubble, it is showing me the statistics. So can I get more deeper insights of the story? Wherein, suppose for example, when I select any one of the country, can I also see what are the different types of cities we have? And can I get the statistics by city as well? This is what the request has been given to you. Then again, you will come back to your desk and then sit and then think about what I need to do in order to ensure that the city is also shown, because we are showing the country here. Is there any short method or easiest way that I can bring in the city as well? Then what we are going to follow here is, as a first step, select the map visual. And now I could see that the map visual is selected, and I ensure that under the visualization, under the location, the country is obtained, which is absolutely good. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring city as well from the append one table. I'm going to bring the city, slowly drag the city under the location below the country. Okay, under the location below the country. So now I have country on the top, city on the bottom. And then what else I can also do is I'm going to bring locality. There is something called the locality. I'm going to bring the locality also and then bring down to the city. Okay, I'm going to bring down to the city. So what does this mean in? This means now I brought the data entirely with the country, city, and then locality updated under the location bit. Okay. Now let's see what's happening. The moment I brought in the information here, when I hover the mouse on the map, this time you might notice that there is some arrow marks which are coming up. Earlier, these arrow marks are not coming up, but now these arrow marks are actually coming up the moment once I added the city and locality here. Okay. What is this arrow mark meaning and what does it actually tell you? These arrow mark means in they are called the hierarchy, because in an organization like how we see above employee there is a TL, above TL there is a manager, above manager there is a senior manager, and then there could be a director and then assistant director and director and keep going on. So we call it as the employee hierarchy. Similarly here, when we are creating country, below the country we are showing the city, below the city we are showing the locality, because that is how we are looking at the address, correct? If I ask one of you what's your address, what you will say, you will start with your locality name, then you'll see your street name, then you'll see a city, and then you'll end up with country, right? This is what the hierarchy we follow. So the same hierarchy has been brought in here, but the question here is, how will I update this hierarchy, and then how do I ensure the hierarchy is been shown in the map? But the ultimate goal for us is, how do I show it on the map? Correct. So let's say even after adding the arrows, if I click on India, does it show anything else? No, it is not showing me anything else. It is still changing the number, but there is nothing going on. So now let's see what is going to happen. After I add these three, these arrows are updated. Now remember this point, whenever you are adding a hierarchy and you are expecting that the data should go from higher the top position to below position, and then from below, if there is anything under below that it has to go, then the option that you need to choose is called drill feature. The option we call it as drill feature. Okay, how does the drill feature will work? After you update the hierarchy, you see the first top arrow. There is nothing that you need to do with this, but the next arrow, click to turn on drill down, right? This should always be switched on. This should always be switched on. If you are not switching this on, then there is no point in updating the hierarchy. Now, based upon this, the moment once I update, what is going to happen on the chart? See this. I clicked on the India. The moment I clicked on the India, do you observe the map is zoomed inside India, and then is it showing the cities now? And the overall India, these are the statistics. Now, again, if I want to go to some other place, let's say Bangalore or Hyderabad or whatever, Secunderabad, there is one place. The moment I click on to that, zoom in, now it shows me two locations where we are having two locations, and the two locations are automatically updated. And here it says there are two restaurants here, and there are total two cuisines, and there are the cost of the cuisines, it is around 10.73, average aggregate rating given as 4.50. Now when I go back, when I want to again go to the next level or the level above to that, how should I go? You are gonna click on this drill up, and again click on the drill up. This will automatically go back. And again, let's say if I go to let's say North America or United States here, it is zoom in side that North America. And if I select any one of the city country from here, let's say Princeton or Albany, it goes into the Albany and then show me how many total number of restaurants are there here. So showing there are two, but in total there are 10 restaurants within the locality. Okay, so this is how the hierarchy will help you in terms of the map or the visual to zoom in and get inside the feature. And these features are called the drill down feature. So give it a try and then see if you are able to experience the same, like what am I doing here.
So what we have to do, sir? First where we have to click?
First select the map, then under the location, bring the city and locality.
Okay, under the location, city. Okay. City and then locality. Okay. Okay, city and locality brought in. Okay.
After you do this, then you should see that there are some hierarchy maps coming up here, hierarchy arrows. Then you need to switch on this hierarchy, the
For me, it's
second
not
option.
coming, sir. Arrow.
Yes.
Country, city and location brought down.
Have you brought in under the location
Yeah.
like this?
Yes. Yes.
Then
Yes.
then keep the mouse on the map. You should see that arrows. Sometimes if it is not here, at least upside somewhere, just check what you should be.
Upside. It is there and upside. Yes.
Yeah. So wherever it is, yes, you need to select the second one, which is a drill down feature.
Okay. Drill mode is on. Click a data point to drill. Okay. Okay.
So Shrikant, I have
Yes.
two questions.
Hmm.
First thing is that why it is showing on rating. The filter is showing on only on rating. It's only
No,
that
nothing like
option.
that. No, nothing like that. The filters are showing on rating. It is actually added to the towards the right hand side corner
Okay.
or towards the right hand side up. That's it. It's not nothing like it is on the rating.
Okay. Okay. And the second question is that when I drill down till locality, so for example, I drill down to India and then India to say, for example, say Aurangabad or say Ahmedabad. So till it is showing me a 20 restaurants. So if
Yes,
I click any restaurant, it will not drill down to that end because we our last filter is still locality, right?
you're absolutely correct.
Okay. So if below locality, if I choose restaurant ID, then it will go further drill down.
But restaurant IDs are not something can be
I
plotted onto the graph, right? A restaurant ID cannot be plotted down, right? So maybe further drill
right,
down we can have. Let's say I'm not familiar with the places here, but still, let's say for example, if it is a Bangalore, let's say under the Bangalore, you're selecting like um, maybe Kormangala. Kormangala is a place. Within the Kormangala, you might have first phase, second phase, and third phase. So if those addresses are again brought in, then it will drill down to that particular level.
okay. But in map we can't do any changes now.
In map, we can't do
How
anything because we are giving the data till only to that particular level. Maybe if you are adding few more information about under the locality, then it might go down.
no, but means that map data and our data supposed to be the same, right? So in
See, for example,
Kormangala,
no.
yeah,
Suppose, for example, you might be using some Google Maps to go to any location.
right,
The moment you open a Google Map, it will show you the world map only. Correct? It will not show you anything, whatever it is. Once
right,
you
right,
give the location precisely with the complete address, then what does it will directly straight you take you to that point. So you break down that in a pieces like within India, within India it will go to Bangalore, within Bangalore it will go to Kormangala, within Kormangala it will go to the first phase or second phase based upon the address you have given, because we have the pin codes or anything updated.
right, right. So got it,
If you
got
have
it.
a,
So address
yeah,
address is a key factor
key factor,
which will place there.
exactly.
So in a real scenario, real case scenario, if we locate a branch address, so branch address will give me from city to branch address. It will more drill down, right?
Yes, yes.
And another question is that Shrikant, why we taken a average rating? Means why we already in day two we shrink the ratings in three parts, right?
Hmm.
Excellent, good, and bad. So why can't we go with that? Because with rating in digital form means how can a layman can know that this restaurant or in this locality restaurant ratings are means from excellent to bad on what parameter they are.
That's a good point. If you generally, whenever you order some food in the Swiggy or anywhere, do you
Yeah,
see any dish that you want to order? When you scroll up a little bit about the dish, they give 5-star rating.
right.
That rating doesn't tell you like it is an excellent, because anyone say 5-star rating is something called 5 is an excellent. So they give the rating in terms of like for digital rating like 4.5, 4.6, 4.7.
Got it, got it.
This is what we have
In
done here.
yeah, in same like Mintra and Amazon
Everywhere,
also.
everywhere.
Yeah.
This
So
extreme, the good and very good, and then we have done it because this is for our bifurcation. Probably we can show those statistics in a different methodology, but overall perspective, when you look at the highest point, you might see what are the total number of restaurants we have. as a if you're running a restaurant, or restaurant business, probably we will see like how many locations we are operating, and what are the total number of cuisines we are offering, and what is the total average cost that we it costs overall in the USD, and then what is
Mm,
an aggregate rating overall for
mm,
our food business. That is what we will be
mm.
looking at.
So here I think we're supposed to say keep out of means out of 5 there is 2.67, right?
Yes. All right. It's clear now.
Yes.
Great. Okay, are we done with this page? In fact, done, but we'll just add few more little bit of um, you say I would say instead of value addition, I would say let's bring some more creativity to the page that might look better. This might be the topic that I'm going to discuss is something like a kind of um, a kind of a creativity that might help you. And this is just for your idea how we can do it. Karke. Okay.
Sir,
So what
can
we are gonna Mhm.
zooming, if I double click, it's getting exploded. How to narrow it down?
Just click on the up arrow.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
So now the next bit, what we are gonna do, if we add a few more little bit of kind of images, because right now I could see that this is Zomato home cover page, but in order to give a feel of it, probably we might have to add a emblem, let's say the logo of the Zomato, which makes much more addition or meaningful, stating that this data belongs to the Zomato. So for that, what I have done, collected few of the images from Google, wherein it might look, to showcase this. So I have shared the same thing with you in terms of a folder called the images. Okay. Inside the data sets, we have a little bit of the images. So I'm going to show you how we are going to take this up. So first thing what I do is I'll go to just watch my screen, and then again, you can do it later. Just watch my screen for a minute. I'll go to the insert tab. Under the insert tab, there is an elements group. Within the elements group, there is an option here called image. So I'm going to click on the image. And once I click on the image, it will ask me to browse the place where I need to upload the image from. So within the data sets, I have images. And within the images, I have got again a lot of information. So what I'm going to do is I'm just for a kind of a creativity and then out of enthusiasm, I'm doing this way. I'm going to select this guy, and I'm going to select this guy first with a scooter. Click on open. The moment once you click on this open, you should see that there is an image automatically happen. Okay. So what am I doing? I'm going to the image general. I'm not going to touch base anything. I'm not going to touch base anything unless and until if I want to do some kind of an effect or anything. Like, let's say if I want to create a shadow, I'm just creating a shadow. I switched on the shadow on the general, and then I'll go to the image. On the style, I will say fit. Okay, on the style, I'm gonna say fit and reduce this little bit here like this and bring it down this place. Okay, I brought it down to this place. Similarly, again, I do the same thing, like click on insert tab under the elements group, click on the image. I'll add one more image here, the same person at like a kind of a delivery stage, and then again effects shadow on and image, I'll say fit. So I'm gonna make this smaller and this little bit smaller like this and reduce this little. There is an option for me where I can actually do it this way. Just see. Okay. So now that what I have done is I brought the person here and then I brought this person here. Okay. So ideally what I'm expecting is this guy starts from here to here, end up here. Okay. And we are going to add few more things here in between, but for now, just take a look. So this is what I have just brought in. Okay. Like this, I've just set it up. Just give a try and then see. A simple thing, very, very simple thing. Just keep doing, I'll be back.
Hello.
Yeah. You guys were able to do this?
Something that fit you. How to do that, sir? Fitting after bringing the image. That
Select
shadow.
the image.
Okay. Select the image. Okay.
So go to the general under the effects, just switch on the shadow.
Okay. Property. Something you did know. Something fitting.
Okay, under the image style.
Under the image style. Okay. Scaling. Normal fit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do something which is the last piece on this particular file. I'm going to the continent on the appendment table and then bring the continent on the canvas like this below. Okay. I brought the continent and then brought onto the canvas. And this time I'm going to change this continent. Below the map, there is one more filter called one more visual called slicer. So bring on the slicer. Okay. Bring on the slicer. The moment once I change this to a slicer, I know that there is a blank. Ignore it for now. It could have been happened because there is a data on the back end which there is a blank somewhere. That could have been hidden somewhere. Okay. So just watch my screen again for a minute. Okay. What I have done again, I'll repeat it. Watch my screen. I'm bringing the continent. Either I can bring the continent from here. Yeah, I'll bring the continent from here. Append one table. And then I change this back to a slicer. And while the slicer is on selected, I'll go to the format visual. Title, I'm going to remove. I'm going to switch off the title. And the category slicer header, I'm going to switch off the slicer header. And values, I'm going to keep Calibri. This is my font size. Whatever the other font you have maintained, you can maintain the same thing. Font color, I'm going to bring it red color. Okay. Background, white. Border. Instead of this, the very first thing what I'm going to do is go to the slicer setting. Under the slicer setting, I'll change the style from vertical list to tile. This is a new thing. Tile. Okay. Vertical list to tile. And then and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce this down a little here. And again, reduce the same thing. Fit between these two images. And the selection, I will show select all. I'll just add the select all. Slicer header off. Values. I can increase the font size. Make it bold. And border, I can, yeah, border, let it be the border like this, no problem at all. Yes, this is what I have done. Okay. And reduce this little bit here down and keep this little portion up. Right. And now select out of this. What is going to happen? If I select Asia, now you will see only the countries for Asia. After that, I can click on again within the continent or a country. Sorry, and I can click on the country and there I can see the country. And within the country, the locality, this is what we have got, the localities. These are the localities we have got. And again, if I want to come out of it again, I can straightly click on the Asia. This will, or let's say select all and then deselect all. Or you can click on the drill up. It will drill up. So here right now, I can just filter out for one particular continent at one time. Or I can use control and then select two different continents at one time. Or else I can select all and then again click on the select all, everything will be deselected. Just give a try and then see, update the slicer now. You keep doing, let me find out like why there is a blank. I know there are no data for the blanks, but let me see why there is a blank. It could have been something because on the back end.
Shrikant, blank we can remove from the filters also, right?
You can remove from the filter, but I wanted to know like why there is a blank on the source directly.
Okay.
The blanks usually doesn't appear here.
How you remove the continental in this? In general tab, right?
Yeah, in the general tab. In the general, not in the not in the general tab.
Slicer header.
Slicer header.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
That color, how to change it, sir? For slicer?
Slicer values.
Slicer values. Okay, one second. Slicer visual, slicer settings, options, values. Okay.
Yeah.
Slicer values. Okay. Sure, but it's coming like L shape. How to make it like totally horizontal?
Reduce that down.
Okay. And then something select all also we saw. Something select all.
It should be in the slicer settings. Below that, the selection, there is one setting called the selection.
Okay. Show select all should be on. Okay. Right. How to unselect all, sir? After select all.
Again, click on the select all. Everything will get unselected.
Okay. Okay.
To find out why this is coming up. Right. Is it clear so far, everyone? Just save the file, Control S.
There is no filter column for these continents, no?
No. So just imagine if you bring a cover page like this for a particular company, where you can just bring in some kind of an emblem and then bring some sort of statistics and then bring up this drilled features and everything. So think, how does it look like?
Awesome.
Right? You feel good about this, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
this is the power of the Power BI. I mean, bringing your creativity, adding more features to this will give you an extra addition and value to the, the dashboards or the, I mean, the kind of reports that you're working on.
But Shrikant, in terms
Yes.
of his financial, presentation or financial visualization,
Mm-hmm.
do we have a similar kind of images so that we can show that means because
I
I
mean,
belongs to
yeah.
insurance industry, so that's why I'm asking.
I mean, most of the time, like I Googled it everywhere, that kind of images and then brought in what is required. So yes, we can bring in any images from the Google.
No, but the effect we are giving in terms of data and maps, such kind of effect we give in financial data.
Yes. For example, give me any kind of an example.
So, particularly, I'm having particularly this financial business month on
Okay.
month,
Okay.
and we supposed to show this in front of business.
Mm-hmm.
So, how can we, visualize this data? This, that's okay. It's Excel that is giving a, uh,
Data.
graphical format and all that.
Right.
But how, Power BI give a separate presentation from this, from Excel?
Okay, this is just a one kind I'm showing you. We have a lot more visuals. Probably by the end of the complete training session, we might end up creating almost around 20 sheets. So in all the sheets, you will be creating a different kind of visualization. So maybe according to your finance, you could say month on month, you might have to show a month on month growth,
Right.
a comparison like how we are doing for this month compared to the next month. Are we
Right.
short? Are we increased? Are we, how are we standing? So we have a lot of other visualizations that we can show. So I'll teach you all these visualizations.
Okay.
This is just a start page. So I'll show you a lot of other visualizations as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So if we are good, then what I would request everyone to do is right click on the home page, and then just click on the duplicate page. So this is going to create one more duplicate page for you. Okay. Right click and then click on the duplicate of the page. So you are going to have a duplicate page of it. You can rename this as a detailed page. You can rename this as a detailed page. Okay. And in this detailed page, remove this map visual. We don't require this. And also you can remove these labels, whatever the labels that we have brought in, like the total restaurants, cuisines and everything. And filters also you can remove it. The filter and the size slicer, you can remove it. Just keep these two boys here. Let them stay with us. Let's not lay them off.
Sir, I deleted Control A and deleted everything. So can I
You're
bring it back? Is it
you're
possible to?
awesome, sir. Control Z.
Okay, okay. It's not coming, sir.
Just wait, no? Give a minute. It should come. You gave Control A and then you gave save as or something. No, but still it should come up. It should come on. Control Z again. Control Z.
I deleted those.
Okay, you remove the page and then duplicate it one more time. Then
Okay, okay.
ideally it should come. I'm just wondering like why it is not coming up.
Uh, sir, have got it. Sir, have to delete everything what we had prepared in a duplicate page, in a detail page.
Yeah, apart from these two guys, you can remove everything.
Done, sir.
Good. Right. So what we are going to do here, we will see one more new visualization, which will actually help us here. Okay. We'll see one more visualization. But when we look into the one more, the new visualization that you are going to see, just, okay, first watch my screen. I'll do it again, then you will do, because this is going to take a lot of time, but at the same time, you need to have a little bit of patience about this. So let's start with this. So far what you have done is on the map side. Okay, now let's take a look and then see how you are going to see the same in terms of the details. So for that, what am I doing right now is I'm going to bring the same country onto the screen, but this time I'm not going to use the map. I'm not going to use the map. Rather, instead of map, I'm going to use a table. There is a visual called the table. So I click on the table and I will see that this table is appearing here. So I'll keep the table here. I'll expand it a little more because I'm going to add few more information. Okay, so the moment once I select the table here, you can see on the column side, you will have the country. Similarly, I'm going to bring city, and then I'm also going to have locality is not required. So what is that I'm going to bring? The next bit are the total restaurants. So I'll bring the restaurant ID, And instead of the restaurant ID, I'm going to choose this and then say count distinct of the restaurant ID. And similarly, the total cuisines, I keep on adding this data, like count of the cuisines. And then I will say, um, what else we have added on the first page? Cuisines, and then the cost in USD. So instead
Sir,
of some,
actually,
yeah,
we are not able to see, sir, that only country and city, two columns we have populated. After that, whatever activities you've done, I'm not able to see it.
expand this visual, sir. You should be able to see everything. Expand the visual like how I expanded.
Okay, you want us to do in parallel?
No, no, you can watch the screen and then you can do it. That's the reason why I'm just showing you. I'll give you a bit of time. It takes around 5 minutes, not more than that. But the other parts you'll take a long time. So you can do it parallel right now. That's fine. You can do parallel. Okay. Country, city, count of the restaurant ID.
Yeah, now it appeared in your screen. Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to bring the aggregate rating, like average of the aggregate rating. And then what else I have got? I'm gonna say rating text. Let's bring the rating text. I think someone have asked us about the rating text. Can we bring something on the rating text? So I brought the rating text as well, and then number of votes. Now let's say not count of the words, but don't summarize. I think word votes is not the good thing to show because doesn't create any impact. Maybe we can say, yeah, we can bring the month name. That could be good. So I have brought in country, city, restaurant ID. I changed this to count. Cuisines, I changed this to count. Cost in USD to average, aggregate rating to average, rating text, and then month name. Now, if you brought in this value, the same value should reflect to your homepage as well. Your homepage, whatever the values it should show, should also reflect in the same here.
So for restaurant ID and these cuisines, do we have a count or count distinct
Count distinct.
for both, right?
Yes. Sorry. Let me know once you guys are done with this.
Sir, one query. Actually, you
Mhm.
used a average cost of USD.
Right.
So actually, I used a cost in USD.
and change that
So
to
it's
average.
so done actually average cost, but your figure and my figure is totally different.
Have you filtered anywhere or something?
No, not yet. Can I
The
share my screen?
yes, let me
Sir,
see.
for me, only month name is different, sir.
Month name is different.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think your month name should be reflecting something else, but that's fine. Let's see that.
So
Average of the cost in USD. Huh, that is 10.82. It's correct only. Okay, you have sorted the data. That's the reason why.
okay. So can I continue or still
Yes,
I
you can
wait?
continue. No, that's okay. You can continue. That's okay.
Okay. Okay. So can you share your screen? Actually, I
Yep.
Shrikant,
Yes.
this rating text, what exact value this table is picking up means I'm not getting this average, good, and all that.
You remember that we have brought in the rating text. Okay, either it could be a rating text or either it could be this, the one we have added one value. If you remember, we have added one rate. I think ratings we have added, not rating text. So okay, so you can bring in the ratings otherwise around. We have added using the if formula. I think it's the ratings column, not the rating text. I think my bad.
Yeah, but means I'm so need to understand कि ये कौन सा ये ले रहा है means the table is showing bad and ये okay, got it.
Okay.
sir, even in my also it shows average, like good, average, good, good, excellent, very good. I think
Because
it not been through.
we have added the rating text, so that's
Okay.
okay. We have added the rating text, so
Okay.
that's fine. You can add the rating text or ratings. Anything is fine. That's okay. Not a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So I'm just expanding this little bit here. Okay. Now that what I'm gonna do is, now that what am I going to do? See, from now on, you will see once you have added all the elements. Okay. Select the table. Then you're going to see under the format your visual. Under the format your visual. Okay. On the general, the title, you can switch on the title, and then you can say the title name could be um, summary information. You can say summary information. Okay. And yes, as usual, you can just give in the name of it. So what we are doing to do is the simple data, whatever we have just added, how are we going to transform the same thing to a different way of looking at the statistics. Okay. So I've just added the summary information under the title. Then under the general, I'm not going to do anything. Maybe I'll just scroll down a little bit, click on the effects, click on the visual border, and under the visual border, I'm going to give a red color border here, and the rounded corners may be like this. This is how I have done. How did I did this? Click on the table, go to the format visual. Under the general, once the title is given, under the title there is an effects. So when you scroll down, you have the visual border. I switched on the visual border and then gave a different color, and then I increased the rounded corners to 30 px, from 0 px to 30 px, like pixels. That's the first thing we have done. Now the second part of it, under the format visuals, let's go by visuals. Now let me know if you guys are ready, because we'll have to discuss a lot of information in this. So I'll cover a few here today. Are we good? Okay. So let's look at the visual one by one. Okay. Only for the table and matrix table in Power BI, you will have a lot of settings that you will have to go through. So let's look at the first one, style presets. What are the style presets say? Again, if you are aware of the Excel and you are well thorough with the Excel, when you create Excel table within Excel, you created an Excel table, you will have an options called table design. Similarly, here we call it a style preset. So in the style preset, we have got a lot of information, like, you can by default go with a few of the styles that they have given. For example, the none says there is no style. It's a plain text. Minimal says it's a different way of style representation. If I give bold header, this is how it looks like. Alternating rows, flashy rows, this is like alternating flashy rows. Contrast the alternating rows, this is how it looks like. Flashy rows will be with a high level color. Bold header flashy rows, this is again comes with a bold header. Sparse, this is how it looks like. And then condensed will be little lighter. Okay, condensed will be little lighter. But what I will do, I'll start with none. I'll start with none. Stated that there is nothing, no format applied. Okay, but if you are okay with any one of the style presets, you can use this. Otherwise around, you can start with none and then do it from the scratch. So this is on the style preset. Then we are talking about the grid. So when we talk about the grid, right here, like in Excel, we have again horizontal grid and vertical grid both pulled together. Okay. So you can give the grid color in a different color. So I'm going to give a kind of a black color, let's say. The moment once I give it the black color, this is how it looks like. And if I want to switch on the vertical grid as well, I can switch on the vertical grid, but the vertical grid, it doesn't require like that. You see, this is not so okay or promising. You can decide either you want to give a vertical or a horizontal. No, if that is not the case, if you are looking on the border, you can also give a different borders and font size and everything. You can keep changing. Okay, so border can be like within the border, within this each of the cell, top, bottom, left and right. You see this top, bottom, left, and then right. This is how it looks like. And if you want to give a color to that, a different kind of a color, you can give the color like this. Okay, so this is on the grid wise. Okay, so far what we looked at is the style preset and then the grid color. If there is a chance where I can still look for lighter color for this, yes. How do I go a lighter color? Click on the more colors. You will see the lightest color you can drop in. You can actually select the light color, very, very light color if you want. Similarly on the wet color also, you can do the same thing. And even on the border, you can do the same. So this looks much more lighter. Okay, so this is on the grid part. Now values, when we are talking about the values, I'm talking about all the values here. So I'll click on the value, font change. I can give a universal font. Like, I mean, universal in the sense, like I will love to go ahead with Calibri every time. And then I can increase the font size to 12. I don't want to do any bold color. So I'll keep it as it is. Alternate color and everything the same. No changes. I'm not going to do any changes. So I'll keep it very simple on the values. I'm not going to do any changes onto that more. So far, what I have done is style presets, grid, and then the values. Column headers. If I want to match with a kind of a theme, what can I do for this? So even for the font color, I'm going to change the font and increase the font size like this and make it bold. And the text color can be this, or either I can make it black, and header alignment, I can make it center. Either I can use a text wrap on or off, that's fine. And the options, auto size width is also fine, that's okay. Or either we can do it this way. The text color to be white in color and background I'll give Zomato background like this. Similarly on the totals also I do the same way. The total, Calibri, I'll just increase the font size. Like 14. Text color to white, background color to red or Zomato color. So this is on the total side. Okay. Sorry. So just do it till here. Do it till here that we have added the columns, and then we are adding the format visuals, and then we did the format visual on format your visuals on style preset, grid, values, column headers, and then the totals. So we have done all these 6. Remaining we'll see the specific column, cell elements, URL icon, image size, accessibility. We'll just look at the later. Because this is gonna take a little bit of time. So work on these and then 6, and then let me know if there is anything that you have got any questions or anything on this.
Sir, just an offline question. Since
Mhm.
we are using this Power BI desktop, this maps and all, so internet is it's dependent on that.
It depended on the internet. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. So apart from that map, if we want to see instant result, it is mandatory. Otherwise, even if the absence of internet, also we can do
It
all
can work.
this.
Yeah, yeah, it will work. Okay, all right. So if once you have done with this, just do a control S and then leave it as it is here. And let's see. Let's go round the table. That you guys have any questions, we can just discuss those questions. Any questions from anyone?
So Google Data Studio also does similar features, sir, to represent the data.
See, Google Data Studio works similar, but there is a problem with the Google Data Studio is you cannot connect your local Excel file directly there. You have to import your data into the Google Data Studio, and once you are importing, that comes in as a Google sheet, and sometimes there is a manipulation of the data might not be so feasible over there, and mm, works little okay, but not to an extent on the Power BI.
Okay, so when it comes to representing numbers, Power BI is current number one, right?
It is number one right now because it has got its own features.
Even over Tableau.
Tableau will be more in terms of you can connect more data sources than in the Power BI. But again, for it comes to the representation of the Power BI, again, you have more visuals than compared to the Tableau.
Shrikant, I have heard that Tableau is costlier than Power BI, and it carries a vast amount of data, and Power BI has some limitations with the number of like data.
Okay, so ideally what happens is Tableau is pretty costlier than compared to Power BI. That is true. And Power BI licensing, it is free of, for the desktop version, it is completely absolutely free. Tableau is not so free of cost for the desktop application as well. Then second bit, compared to the pro license, Tableau is costlier than Power BI. Then even in Power BI, the offering comes in two different kinds. One with the basic, like with the free software application when you are working on, it handles around 2 GB of data, up to around 2 GB or 1 GB of the data. and when it is working, it can work around 10,000 rows per hour. Like it can process more. So this is how it is. But the pro license in Power BI allows you up to carry up to around 10 GB of data. 10 GB in the sense, like, you
Okay.
can imagine how many trillions and trillions of the data that you can load.
Okay. Okay, that's why like majorly multinationals having higher strength, they are
Yeah,
using.
switch to Power BI.
So there are no limitation on number of rows or columns, right, in Power BI.
No, there are no limitations. Because it all depends upon your table, but the amount of the data that you are loading, that is around 1 GB. See, 1 GB मतलब आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितना rows and rows of data can be there. With 10 lakh 48,000 rows itself, your file will go to around 200 MB. That's it. So 5 times of it, around you can see 10 times of 10 lakhs.